Hello folks, how are you guys doing? Let me know if the sound and everything is alright. Apart from that, welcome to the stream once more. This really rare stream. We are going to do some like smaller projects, but cool stuff regardless, I think. Hey Avas, how are you doing? First time to the stream, right? Welcome. Happy to have you here. Alrighty. So, we are participating in this strange project I started, and people are collectively participating in which we have created a cryptid. And the objective is to first create the cryptid, which has already been done on the Discord, link below. And after that, making some evidence for it. And I don't mean like just big old pictures of the cryptid, like full lighting. I mean like the kind of evidence that like Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster have. Just like blurry pictures, stuff that is kind of doubtful. Is that just a blob in the water that people are interpreting like it's a monster? That kind of stuff. So this is my attempt at doing the equivalent of this for this cryptid to the surgeon's picture. Surgeon's photograph, which is the famous picture of the Loch Ness Monster. Oh, hold on. I think I got it. Yeah, this picture. Everyone knows this picture. Just a blurry mess, black and white. Super noisy. It's actually like a zoomed in version of a much larger picture. And if you see the full picture, you see the full picture, it looks tiny. It suddenly looks like puny. But when you see the zoomed in version, like look at this. Okay, it's not very large, but you can see the legendary little fellow. Yeah. You can see the other shore here, and suddenly you got some perspective. And now you can clearly see it's a toy. But of course they zoomed in the picture like this, and they really upped the contrast, so the silhouette was very obvious. So that is what we're trying to do. And what I wanted to do is to create the story and the context that gives this creature its name, which is a Hellkite. So obviously there's a hell mention. Gotta have a church, or be like somewhat church related, and kite, so it's gotta be like a flying shot of the creature. That is what we are going for, and I have already made it, as you see, so this is not gonna be like a full process stream, because we already have started with this, but I think I can show you how I did it. So let's jump back to remove some layers. I think this is the full, yeah. So we're gonna remove this little guy. This is the original picture. Which has much less contrast, as you can see. And it's also way clearer in the original. This is the original, with some cut bits at the top and bottom, because I wanted it to be horizontal. But yeah, as you can see, like first thing I did was remove focus, because out of focus is always more fun. If I had like a full focus picture of the creature, that wouldn't be very nice. Be a bit too obvious maybe. So I've increased the contrast. then first we did a quick outline of the creature, just to see what I wanted, and then let me see. Here is it's very dark. I think because I added a lot of layers on top. Hold on, because I got it on in my downloads. Let me show you where I got this picture. Bats. Yeah, it's nice atmosphere. The church, the high contrast. So, okay, these are bats, but I'm gonna put them at the top so they don't... There we go. It's like a bad 3D models of bats. I don't care that it was a bad 3D model, because it's gonna be like a blurry mess anyway. And I picked... don't remember which one. Maybe this? I think it was this one. Remove the head, remove the lower part. Then added these bits to the wings. And just used the outline I showed you before and filled in the head and the rest with some textures from this, so it was consistent. And then I put it down here. I blurred it to hell. I made it bright so it fit the... So it kind of blended into the background, and just with a normal brush, like you can see this is the original, and I'm gonna remove the blur and the levels. Well, this, yeah. So I took it, it was way darker, and now it looks much darker than it is because, there we go. Looks something like this. I blended it like that, I blurred it, and now you can pretty much see nothing. And then I painted some eye patterns. So, that's how I made it. Not a really complicated thing here, it's pretty basic. Since we're only doing like a blurry spot, don't even need to take different pictures. If I was doing like more of a close-up, I would be taking like bird beaks and attaching them to other different bird heads and skin textures from whatever and bat wings and, you know, the whole deal, like I do usually. But in this case, it's not necessary. And then I did a close-up. So what I wanted is to go for the surgeon's picture vibe, that Nessie picture I showed you. So I basically just cut a little bit from the picture, did a close-up, and then blasted the contrast, which is not showing up here because I already applied it. But yeah, I basically increased the contrast a lot until it basically looked like a grainy mess, like what I wanted, like this boy. So yeah, that was the idea. It's a pretty basic setup here. Nothing too difficult. And what I wanted to do first in this stream is this. Taking a newspaper from, in this case, Minnesota. I just picked a place that was close to the church I used for the picture, so it was geographically similar. If you want to see like more complicated, like full edits, it's all on the VODs. You can see how I did all my scary stuff. And the non-scary stuff too. Hold on, did the Discord notify? Yeah, okay. Discord notified. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, so the idea is hold on, let me show you how I did this. So The Library of Congress, American Library of Congress, has this like archive site for historic American newspapers. I've actually found it useful once before when I made my edit with the like beached bug, because I used a newspaper clipping in that one, and I took it from here. I took it from an actual period newspaper from the area. So that is what I did, and it has a very nice search function here, in which you can basically say, so I want Minnesota 1938 to 1939. I'll give you tons of newspapers from that era. I just picked one that looked good, and that's it. Pretty easy. Well, I actually picked two that look good. I want this one to do the article, but then I like the top of the page here where it's a little bit broken, so I'll just pull that in there. I'll just basically line up the letters of Gazette here. And then just select the part I want. Not a pencil, God. The Redwood Gazette. I wonder if it's still out there in circulation. Okay, that looks good enough. So I'm obviously not gonna take the whole page. I just wanted like nice space for an article that was in the top slot of the page, and in which the like title of the article didn't take the whole space here, because they usually do. Like the first text takes this whole thing. That's why I picked this one, so I can have like a bit more concentrated screenshot. So I'm gonna pick something like this. You know how the music level is, because I always mess that one up. I don't know if it's too loud or if you can't hear it. Okay, so first thing we're gonna do here is make a clean slate. Something a little quiet. Okay. Let me know if that's a bit better. Okay, thank you. So, just taking a normal clone stamp here and removing some letters. Mainly just want a decently large space here, so then I can just copy that, cover the rest. I'll just remove a little bit more. That should be enough. Okay. Gonna copy this, combine. And we're gonna take our patch tool. Nope, that's the other way around. Should be source, there we go. The good thing about letters is you can just do this, like even letter by letter if you want. I'll also show you the other piece of evidence I'm doing with Paradise Lost in the Discord. It's doing does really cool writing. I basically told him to do the writing, and I do like the presentation. Here we go. Here's where I put the picture. I guess I'll remove that too. And here's when I put the text. So the first part of this, what we are doing now, which is also the easiest, is just creating, like setting the stage, creating a clean slate. And then we're gonna have to recreate the style of the text, which is gonna be harder. We're gonna have to find a good font that matches the one here, and then just through filters mess it up until it looks like the other one. So like a little bit of blur, maybe like some putting it in overlay and or combining the different layers. Well, it's gonna be a whole thing. It's usually hard to do this kind of thing, but I've gotten used to it since I'm doing so many like fake texts in historical settings. I guess I should remove my emails notification sound. There we go. Well, you know, Photoshop is a tool that a lot of people are intimidated by because there's a lot of stuff. But the main thing you have to know is that with 30% of the knowledge of the tools that you have available, you can do 70% of the things you want to do. Like, maybe you won't have the perfect way of doing every effect every time, but you'll be able to do everything. This may be a bit slower. At some point, the main thing that's going to change is just your workflow gets a bit faster. Get some more tools in your arsenal. That's it. You know, this is quite a tight space, so I'll just do a little bit of clone stamping to make it a bit easier, you know? And also use the filling brush, might work here. Let's see. We'll just take a spot here. Works, but it's pretty messy. So I'd better use a patch tool. You'll see that there's some repeated patterns, which when you do clone stamping or patch tool or whatever, is something you want to get rid of. So usually when I find a repeated pattern, I just do a little I just look for it, and every time I find it, I either change it a little bit or remove it entirely. One thing we'll miss with what we're doing now is that there's a text from the other side of the page that shows up. Let's try to leave it visible wherever it exists. And I'm trying really hard to not get into the edge when I do the selection for this. Because if I do this, you know, and I get in the middle of the S, it'll do this. It'll kind of blend too. I don't want that. So if you get like a clean edge, it's all paper around, you won't get that effect. Oops. And that edge below, don't really love. I'll do it manually. There we go. That's our space. For a little bit of writing, a little bit of picture setting. Let's see if I can put it here well, and I make it look like a newspaper picture. Oh, that's another one I didn't do much in. Yeah. Okay. So let's try and more or less fit it in this square and leave some space for like, what do you call the text that's under the, you know what I mean. That should be good. I guess they put the text on top here, so. I'll just shave off this piece here. And that should be good. So we've set the picture, but it still doesn't look the part, you know? You can see the white here, which in printing terms, white should just be like no ink, is whiter than this. So the first thing we're gonna do is set it in multiply. So the white will just be transparent and we'll see the paper below. So that's already doing quite a lot. A lot of heavy lifting for us. Second thing I want to do, let's attempt this, because sometimes it doesn't look that good. There's a filter in the filter gallery for, whoa, what is that? I want halftone pattern. Right, so I want a dot pattern, and here you can set the dot size and the contrast. So this halftone pattern is how things used to be printed. For some reason it's inverted. That's fine, I just inverted it again. And now, see what I don't like, I won't love about this halftone pattern is that it's very square. It's like very perfect. Let's see if we see the original. You can see the pattern. It's also a bit smaller too. The dots are not as clean. So let's go back here. The size is 1, so I can't really get smaller on the size. We'll just have to leave it like that. Or what we could do also, sorry, is just fill up a layer with 50% gray. Perfect. Put that in soft light. And then the same thing, we're gonna go to the filter gallery. We're gonna do a halftone pattern. We bunch up the contrast a little bit. This is trippy. This must be like super trippy for the stream because it's probably trying to compress it and doing some weird things. So sorry for that. Okay. So we got like a halftone pattern that is a bit too large and also like very square. I'm gonna do 2 things. First, I'm gonna do a Gaussian blur. It's a soft one. I'll turn this perfect squares into more realistic pattern. We want to go for this size, so it's pretty small. Let's see if that's closer. Yeah, that looks about right. So I'll just apply it on top of this picture. Now it has a little bit of that halftone pattern. We are also we're gonna feather this edge a little bit. The perfect edge on a scan is not possible. Gonna go a little more. All right. That looks pretty good. So then if we want, now that we have set it here and it more or less works, we can mess with the contrast a bit more. So if we pull this to this side, it'll make those dots disappear into the background. Which we don't really want. We want to see the edges of the picture. We can also set a layer on top, put in either overlay or soft light, and darken just the edges a little bit so we can see the edges of the picture better without having to darken the whole thing. That doesn't look bad, I think. Oh, before I forget, here's another thing I wanted to do. Remove these lines here. I'll crop some of it. Just tighten the crop a little bit. Oh, of course. I'm stupid. Hold on. I had this edge, but I had the layer hidden. There we go. I just like this broken top here. It's coming to life. Sure is. Yeah, so just a little bit of clone stamping here. Because I don't like the look of those lines. Yeah, they are. I just saw that one, even though the newspaper itself from that picture wasn't really usable. I saw that and I was, yeah, that's the one. Also, this is on RGB, which the other one isn't, it's just on grayscale. Because even though it's a scan, maybe we could add like a little bit of a tint. I don't know about it though. It's one of those black and white scans. But if you do like a photo filter and put a little bit of orange in there, it suddenly becomes like weathered looking. I don't know, we'll see later. Let's try to name some of these layers because then I'll have a hard time. Let's call this burb. Okay. So I don't know if you saw on the Discord. I posted this. I'm doing this one, and I was like, yeah, it happens in Afghanistan. So I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna write the word jinn because they referred to it as a jinn. I'm just gonna write it in Arabic. So I just found it on Google and copied it. It turns out Reda, who's on the Discord and also speaks Arabic, was like, you wrote it as instead of an N as a Z, so it reads like jizz. I was like, oh no. I fixed it now though. That was hilarious, yeah. Just bird. I hate it. Alright. So the next thing is, let me try to find. Okay, we need to copy this font, or the closest thing we can find to it. And that might be hard, but we'll try. Just gonna put this in low opacity. There we go. Thank you. Yes, I do have to save. Also, I didn't even name it yet, so. Has been saved. Okay, so I'm just gonna try to. This is what I usually do when matching text. I'll write the same thing, try to match that thing perfectly, and once I did, I'll just use that setting to do the rest. Grips. Okay. So I think I got like a newspaper font from somewhere. all the newspaper. Might be a little bit too old looking. We'll see. Yeah, it looks a bit too old. Might be good for the like the small text, this one. Not for the headers. $40 seems good. Okay, let's see. We can find similar fonts, which doesn't really help us here. Times New Roman is a very typical bold. Like this a bit closer. And it doesn't have to be perfect, just good enough. And you won't notice that it's a different font from the rest. Yeah. Move this below. Let's see, what else do we have? So here, now you can look for serif fonts only, which should help a little. I still need to move this. I can see what I'm doing. God damn it. Stop moving, please. There we go. Okay, serif. Finding the right font is really tricky sometimes. But I really like using this similar fonts button because you can cycle through a few. Right, I think this is the closest one we've found so far. What's its name? Alright. It's George, okay. And what I do if I find, because obviously it's a newspaper from the 1930s, so it's not like you're gonna find that exact font in your computer. So sometimes you'll need a little modifying. Like, you know, the capital letters here could be a bit larger. Looks like the D could be slightly taller, but I think that's fine. Yeah, there's a bit too many options. You know, there's this kind of sites that try to find a font for you, where you upload a picture and it identifies a font. I've used it several times and it never really gives you the one you want. We can try it though. Could be fun. Only thing you gotta do is let's remove this. We're gonna just take this bit of text by itself. Control J to make a new layer, and I'll export that layer. Export as PNG. There we go. So let's try to find one of these sites and see if it works. Let's see. Layer 6, right? Got so many things. There we go. Let's see. See, like this, yeah, it sort of matches, but it's not really. Yeah, it's like a rounded font. The P's aren't closed. Oh, I think it thinks there's an I. Can't crop it. Oh, P's. Maybe it'll work better if I crop it right. Okay. This is much perfect. Oh. It's pretty expensive though. Would be good for some newspaper stuff, but yeah, fonts are expensive. I mean, there's free font site, like, what's the name? It's this one and this one. I mean, there's tons of them. Let's see if there's something similar. Or stuff like with the same name, but definitely not the same. There's also this really good... Hang on. I don't know where I'd left this. Oh, I had a pretty good site with a ton of free fonts. Oh. Just open my own list, because it should be there. You guys can see this list in the Discord under resources. If you guys want like tons of pictures of sites with free pictures, you can share it around, copy them, whatever. Just useful stuff I found. Okay, let's see. Font fabric, I think might be the one I was looking for. Please stop. Yeah, I think those two are the most popular ones. Oh, there's also this pretty cool thing that I found recently. I haven't had a chance to use it, but you basically... Thanks for the follow, Arano. You basically just write all the letters. If you want like a handwritten font of your own, you just write them in a template and it makes a font out of it. Okay, so this side has a lot of them. We found here. But I want what was the text? Old grips section. It's fine. It has a lot of like novelty fonts, so not really anything I can use, I think. Yeah, there's not any good ones here. Oh, you know what I could do? Show us the rare animals you research it. Well, we found this cool pterodactyl that can do camouflage. We could use this. How about that? Okay, gotta do registration. Whatever. Hold on. So what we're gonna try to do is take the font from this newspaper, make a personal font out of it, and then just use it to write. Should be doable. Let's see. Just registering in this side. Okay, downloading a font template. Trick some journalists. Yeah, that would be fun. Not journalists, but like crazy cryptid hunters. That would be fun. Okay, there we go. Oh, I guess you can also print this out and make it and handwrite it. Yeah, I think I said on Twitter that if we trick just one cryptozoologist, I'll invite you all to dinner, all of you. Okay, we are going to take this base picture, just plop it on here, and also the other one we picked. There we go. Remove layer mask, and the idea is to just take from here. And try to do as many layers as we can, and the rest of them we'll just have to improvise them. How about that? Okay, so I guess we'll go in order and try to find like A, B, C, D, and so on. They do have a lot of different fonts, do they? I want something like this, like... Hold on, I have to make this smaller. I'll never find anything. There we go. It's on a smart object, so I can resize it without a problem, without it losing any information. Okay, so we don't have like that many instances of this font, because they're just all over the place. Start excavating for large fonts. I would love that. Okay, we'll just pick this A from the Gazette. I'll make a new layer and do this. I don't mind including a little bit of background in there. It's fine. You can do like a filter on top of all of them. Let's take the C. B. Let's just take as many as we can. Faster. Guess I need to do it a bit better though. Okay. Maybe we don't have to do this whole font, because now it's making me be lazy. Okay, how about this then? I'll leave this in case it doesn't work out. But what if we just write what we want? Just figure out what letters we need and do that. That way we don't like expend effort in things we don't need. So let's just pick a fairly similar. Yeah, that should work. Yeah. A similar font. So what do we want the title to be? That's going to be the thing that calls our attention. Let's see. Let's go to the browser. And let's do for articles about Loch Ness monsters, right? Like this. See, but all these articles already assume you know about the Loch Ness monster. Of course, because the Loch Ness monster is famous, and it already was in the 1930s. When this picture appeared. So maybe Mothman. We can probably find like the one article that inferior to UFO bird. I love that. I love this one because he has a really shitty drawing from a person that saw it. Another one of those beautiful cryptid pictures. Yes, perfect. Okay, let's see. This is a bridge that collapsed after Mothman appeared, so doesn't really help us. Look at him go. So we don't know when this is. Let's see. Oh well. Looks at articles. Okay. Doesn't really give you any files. But this could be the first articles that talk about it. So hold on. Guess you can't see them behind me, but the first ones are the ones that interest us. So Birdman could be FHA's balloon. Bird gets once over. Bird echoes still. At first it was a bird. That was the first idea, right? And then at some point becomes Mothman, right? So, oh, I guess this is 2002. Okay. Yeah, here is already Mothman, 1966. Could the Mothman be a balloon? Let's see, man-sized bird creature, something. Flying man. Bird-like creature. Known far and wide. So I kind of like this. Thanks for that follow, Silver. I kind of like this title here. Could the Mothman, and it's not Mothman already, like as in one word. It's like just the Mothman in two separate words. I think it would be fun to do that, right? So instead of saying the dreaded Hellkite, we would just say the Hellkite, something like that. Oh, that font is kind of messed up. What is that T? Why is it a different height? What is up? Did I change something? I don't think so. That is a messed up font. Well, whatever, it's a placeholder, so something is happening. It's not aligned. Quite annoying. Who made this font for real? I mean, it's Georgia. It's a pretty known font. Or no. Hold on, let's just change for a similar one. Still, okay, no, this is the font. This isn't the font, I think. Because I guess Sitka is doing the same. This is doing the same. Okay. I won't go back to the original. So there's probably something changing here. That has made it, I've messed it up. I have no idea. It is weird. Didn't change anything. What is this? Is this too? I have no idea. Font is something I'm not very expert in. Isn't there any option here? I have no idea. Well, let's just find another font. Hopefully others won't be so messed up. That looks better. Still, it's kind of off center. It's making me go crazy. Oh my god. Well, let's just not look at it directly. Okay, so good titles. We could call it the somewhere Hellkite. So it's like associating it to just this place, because it's like the first time it's talked about. It's not a well-known thing at this point. So we could find like a tiny place in Minnesota, right? And just get a village there and just say that's something Hellkite, for example. Let's see. Just for reference here, this is actually from Iowa, which is neighboring, if I recall correctly. But I didn't find any newspapers from Iowa, that's why I picked Minnesota. This is Grundy County. Oh my god, Grundy. That sounds bad. So it's not even Iowa. Is there one in Iowa? Yes, there is also one in Iowa. Of course, it's the US, everything. The names are repeated every 3 kilometers. Yeah. I'll just take a plane there, easy. Okay, so it's pretty much middle of Iowa. If it was like around like close to Minnesota, I could be justified. Oh look, is that the church? Nope, it is not. But I guess there's like a million white wooden churches in the US, so I don't mind too much. But still, it is fun to base it on something that's real, right? So that people can say, oh, this is a church from this and that. Crown. Look at this. Like, it's always weird to me how the US like looks like a grid in some parts. This is a grid. It's just a big grid. Oh my god, and you get closer and there's even more grids. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Could be any of these little places, actually. Just not like the county. Yeah. More information about the collection. Yeah, just lines. Okay, no more information really. Just the county. So if we do Minnesota newspaper talking about a strange happening in the neighboring state, would that be a weird thing in the US? I mean, I guess if it is attention worthy and just cool, then I guess it could be reported in the neighboring state, right? These kinds of stories are usually highly reported because people like that shit. Like that picture of the Loch Ness Monster has traveled the world. And it was in the 1930s too. It was like around the same time. Yeah, and let's just say Grundy County. I don't like Grundy. Grundy. It's a bad name. Should we call it Grandi Hellkite? How do you even pronounce it? Yeah, let's find a Morrison Hellkite, Rainbeck Hellkite, Dyke Hellkite. Wellsburg. Grundy Center. What even are these places? Like a church. It's not the one. Cool thing is you can see the churches, so maybe you can even find the specific one if you look hard enough. Oh my god, mega church. Mega church alert. These are all modern. Maybe it doesn't even exist anymore. Maybe they burned it down. It's like churches in the middle of nowhere. What is going on? There's like a church on a road. Could be any of these, if they've been reformed especially. Oh look, maybe that's it. There's a cemetery next to a church. I mean, the spire looks a bit different, right? Let's look for photos. Oh, that is definitely it. I think we found the exact church. Do you guys think so? I mean, the spire is different, but it could have been reformed. But it just looks so similar. And there's a cemetery right next to it, like... What are the chances? 3 little windows like that. Yeah. I think if it isn't this one, I don't know which one it is, but I'm not gonna bother to find it. Okay, so this is like smack in the middle of goddamn nowhere. There's not even Google Maps here. Oh my god, Street View, whatever. Where is it? The other side. There it is. I love this. This is so ominous. There's nothing literally around it for kilometers. Oh my god. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, so this is the St. Paul's Lutheran Church Cemetery. I'm gonna save it. It's gonna be a star in the middle of my Google Maps, and I'm not gonna remember what it is, but... Is there a history article about the church? I mean, we could... Oh look, they're woke. Nice. There's no website. It's not really a lot. Let's see if there's something. Findagrave.com. Oh, that is... I do not want to go there. Relay.org. Not really a lot. Shu coming in with the raid. How are you doing, everybody? We are looking for churches in Iowa to get married. I'm kidding. Hey Gypsy J, hey Shug, hey Grip Enemy. How you doing, everybody? We are doing some creepy stuff. I'm gonna show you. we have in my Discord server, link below, with a bunch of folks, we have created, thank you for the follow, Diego, we have created a cryptid, like, you know, cryptids, Bigfoot, Loch Ness Monster, that kind of stuff. We have created a new one, and the idea is to, after we have created it, create proof of its existence. So we are trying to do stuff that looks like a cryptid picture. Like this shitty picture with a tiny, fairly visible blob that you just pump the contrast on. Thank you everybody for the follow. I miss a few. Can't even see them here. So, Grip Enemy, Cat Lady, and Alex Head. Thank you everybody. So that's what we're doing today. And if you guys want to see some of the process that got us there, I got a few. So the first we talked about the design, like how it would look. Then we did a vote. People submitted a few designs and we voted on the final one. And this is the one that won. A creepy naked chicken kind of guy. And after modifying it a little bit, adding some stuff, we ended up, let's see if I can find the base picture I did. Ended up with this. Okay, so this is a kind of pterodactyl looking guy that can do camouflage and can basically change its whole skin like a cuttlefish. If you know cuttlefish, they can basically use camouflage in pretty much any environment at will immediately. And they can also move the patterns in their skin, like you can see here, and create like trippy patterns to confuse prey, to kind of hypnotize them. That is the vibe we're going for, but in a bird. Okay, so what we're doing here is basically the bird flying and doing some crazy eye patterns to scare people away. And the name we came up with is a Hellkite. So what we're doing here is like the first article that talks about it. So it's going to be like Hellkite, just all one word, like this. But of course, like the first time they talk about it, they just separate the words. Later, they'll become joined. Thank you, Gypsy. That's very nice. Oh, are you looking at Find a Gravestone, Hitzel? Oh my god. Yes, it has like Thunderbird inspiration. But the fun thing is the camouflage, and I'm gonna show you because people have already started posting evidence to the Discord. And what I call evidence is like stuff like this. So this here, hang on, maybe I can show you. Browser here. So this one, for example, is like a trail cam picture from one of those really old film trail cams with the bird camouflaged. You can see like it has like tree patterns on it. There's another one people did, again a trail cam. I guess they saw my last edit. With the bird in the back here. Paradise found on the Discord did this article with like someone's depiction and an article about it in a Russian mining community. It's a ton of little things like that. People have been like super creative. Here's another one that I helped create. I didn't do the writing, but I did the graphic part of it. The writing is again Bad Paradise found on the Discord. By the way, you guys have the Discord link below if you guys want to participate in any of this. I'd love to have you. So it's like another little story in the during the Anglo-Afghan War. It's like this little excerpt from one of the Afghans telling like, oh, this the English have angered this jinn, like this genie, and it's taking them down. They don't even know what's hitting them, and a little drawing of what someone thought they saw, you know? So it's not the exact design, it has like spikes and stuff that the real one doesn't. It's people's memory of it. So I kind of encourage that every account has their like own little spin on it, unless it's a photo. If it's a photo, it should be tighter, closer to the original design. But if it's a drawing, people can go nuts, really. And there we go, we're back to here. So we are doing the newspaper, or a newspaper article from one of the first sightings. Maybe the first name, the first time the name Hellkite is used. And when you raided, I was looking for the church, the exact church here. Maybe not the exact one, but a similar one. Thank you, Mordecai, for the follow. So we were looking for what at least looks like a very similar church in the middle of nowhere, Iowa, with a cemetery next to it. So let's just say it's this one. So, and why did we do that? Because we need a cool name for it. And this is St. Paul. So if we say this guy hangs around this church, we could call it the St. Paul Hellkite. How about that? Is it too religious? Or captured. Something like this could be our header. Dragon is good too, but I want this one, since the name we went for, like the official name for it is Hellkite. I want this to be like the first time the name is mentioned. I guess the first time Mothman was mentioned was also like in an article, and it kind of became the popular name for it. So that's what I want to go for. Hellkite of St. Paul. Yeah, what is better, St. Paul's Hellkite or the Hellkite of St. Paul's? What sounds better to you guys? Yeah. The original is this, in which you can see it like very faintly. So there's two originals. There's this, and the inspiration here is a surgeon's picture of the Loch Ness Monster. If you guys don't know that picture, it's like you know it. It is the famous. It's a famous picture of the Loch Ness Monster. This one. Right, that is the vibe I wanted to go for here, so you can compare. So yeah, that is the vibe I want to go for. That Loch Ness Monster picture. That's why I blasted the contrast like that. And it also looks like a newspaper print. So it goes as a double purpose. Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to, like, the contrasty one is supposed to be the main one, but I also want to have the other one so you can see, like, the real picture. In the case of the Nessie picture, let's jump back in here. If you actually see the original, the zoomed out version of this, it suddenly gains a whole new perspective because you can see the other shore. And let me see, where is it? St. Paul Hellkite. Yeah, that sounds better. There we go. Or here. So the original, which is actually way more zoomed out, you can see the other shore, and it's like, you can clearly see it's a toy there. You can definitely see the real size of it. Yeah, I wanted to have like the original just to be able to compare it. Let's go St. Paul Hellkite. This is a tiny guy. His the size of it, even though we can't really see it well on here, because we see it's behind the spire, but we don't really have any more anything to compare it. It's basically as tall as a guy. If you stand up straight and the creature stands up straight, you're the same size. Hold on, because I got it somewhere here. There. That's how it looks officially. That is like the official like chart I made so people could have like the same info going in. Suggest not using St. Paul at all, choosing a different saint that is also a city name. Oh, it's a city name, St. Paul. Oh. Is it because it's the name of the church? I'm just gonna close this because I keep tapping into it. So, one of the main reasons why is because the church is originally in Grundy County. And I just thought Grundy was kind of dumb name, so... How about the Grundy Hellkite? Does that sound too ridiculous? Or the Iowa Hellkite. Is this whole state a bit too large to name a creature? Grundy Hellkite. Let's see. I think it's a church. Hitzel, what the hell? What? So the church I showed before, which is in Grundy County, we just clicked on it and saw it looks very similar. But Hitzel went all the way in and found that is the exact same church. That is fantastic. Thank you, Hitzel. Let me see, list of counties in Iowa. Oh god, it's grid. I'm always impressed at how like grid-like the US is. Okay, let's see. Let's go to Grundy County, Iowa. Okay. Let's try to find like something close to it. One of those neighboring counties, maybe. God, I can't really find it. Okay. So we got Butler County next to it. Butler doesn't sound too good. Buchanan? Buchanan? I don't know how you pronounce that. Benton? Black Hawk. Oh, Black Hawk sounds cool. The Black Hawk Hellkite. Although people would think that is the name of the creature. Alamaki Hellkite. Yeah, that's true, Gypsy. The whole state is a bit too large. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, it's been wandering around the area, and it's already like popular, like known by people as this place Hellkite, and then it's seen elsewhere. Clayton, Clinton, Dallas. See, another thing is that names repeat a lot in, like, Delaware is also a place elsewhere, and Dallas is also too. There's our groundie. Are you kidding me that the senator... Okay, it's named after... Okay, it's named after a guy called Felix Groundy. I thought the senator right now had the same name as the county. Buchanan. Okay. Cerro Gordo. It just sounds funny in Spanish. They moved the tower years later. Damn, Hitzel, you really went all the way. I love it. Or, you know, we could get in here and just deselect this and just find... I have this saved so we can find it if we need. Find a cool city or town name. Popejoy? Oh no, not Popejoy. Buckeye. Some pretty cool ones. Radcliffe is nice. Yeah, Radcliffe Hellkite sounds pretty cool. A lake, yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of... It seems like there's nothing huge. What's the name? Iowa River. That doesn't fit. Union Grove State Park. Let's see, Union Grove Lake. Waterloo is I guess not a large city, but it's something a bit larger. Okay, I think what was the name? Hang on, it was around here. Radcliffe. Radcliffe is a cool name. And it's a place that's close to it. I don't remember where it was exactly. Here. There we go. Here, welcome to Radcliffe. A place that... I mean, there's people, at least. Not a lot, though. Just like some gas station... God, that place is so, like, empty. Never been to Iowa. I don't think a lot of people have, right, in the US. It's kind of one of those states that you don't really go through unless you're doing a road trip or something. Native American names. Yeah, that's cool, actually. If there's any cool Native American name. See, but all I'm seeing is pretty much all English names. Some French. Story City. Welcome to the Midwest. Changing the name to a local company. Upon Hellkite. Oh, that's cool, actually. Oh, I don't know how to look for that. Like, factories around here. Upon Hellkite. That's fun. Steamboat Rock. Okay, is there... like, how do you call, like the Native American lands? Reservation? Is that, or... see if there's any on Iowa. Doesn't have to be too close. Reservations, Iowa? Let's see. Oh. This is pretty close to where we have the church. Unincorporated community, I don't know what that really means. Okay. So that's the name of the tribe. Of the people, I guess. About Meskwaki. I probably butchering the pronunciation, but is there any... doesn't have a pronunciation guide. It's called the Meskwaki. How about that? Meskwaki Hellkite. That's pretty cool. Sounds better than Grundy. Meskwaki, I think. Doesn't fit too nicely, but we'll fit it. Let's see if there's any other... Sow Foxes, I think, is the same as Meskwaki. Winnebago, don't know how you pronounce that. Keokuk. Too much like Quetzalcoatl. Okay, this Indian word about for falcon is Chaitan. Oh, cool. I like that. Chaitan. Or however you pronounce that. Oh. Like a lot of demons in there. I guess it's also a guy's name, like people name. Any Iowa ghost towns? There is a list. There is a lot of them. Oh my god. How there's so many ghost towns? Yeah, what happened in there? Oh my god. Green Island, Iowaville. Nobletown. Shady Grove. I mean, If you name your town Shady Grove, what do you expect? And it's there, it's close to. Shady Grove, Iowa. Let's see if there's any Google Maps. Sure is. Former town site. There might not be a lot left of it though. There's like a few. Oh my god, this is the worst quality Google Street View I've ever seen. Seems like there's some actual houses in there. But what the town was probably doesn't even exist anymore. It's probably been razed. Shady Grove, I love it. See what happened to it. There is still evidence of its existence. Oh my god. The town remained on county maps as late as the 1990s, though there was nothing left to mark the community other than a giant machine shed with the words Shady Grove on it. I love it. Duke's word, Otaktai. Cool, means kill many. Kills many, that is ominous. The Otaktai Hellkite. Sounds fun though. Check out Germany. Doesn't Germany have a law against Google Maps? And that's why there's not a lot of it? That's what I heard at least. I know that when you play GeoGuessr, you never have to guess Germany because there's no Google Maps in there. Hey, shoot, thanks for the raid again. Have a good day. Buxton. I'd like it to be a town that died not too, like, in the early 1900s. That makes sense. Okay, that is not bad. So seems like it died around 1919 and the 1940. In 1908 it was already declining. So we would be talking, if this happens in the 1930s, at least it's the newspaper I picked. You always change the 1938. We could always change it, but so how about we? Oh, hold on here. Oh, and this is a town. Hang on, didn't I click on Buxton? Yeah. Okay. This. So the article for this town. Okay. It is inside the article for a company. So I guess it is a company that is like a company town or something. A town that was built around a mine. Yeah, the post office operated until 1923. So Buxton would be pretty dead at the point that this story happens, which is fun to mix up with like old towns, old dead towns and monsters. It's always a fun combination. This could be the Buxton Hellkite. How does that sound? Should we go with Buxton or with a Native American name? Because, okay, other options, just to have them written here. What's the name? Attack KT. There you go. That is a Native American word, as Floyd said, for kills many, which is pretty ominous and it's pretty cool. Chaitan. That is the word for hawk or falcon. So this could be, I kind of like that because it kind of ties it to maybe older stories from the Native Americans that kind of spread out from there and became regional folklore. So that could give it like a little bit of history, like even if you don't directly say it, just like unnamed history. Could be fun, right? What do you guys prefer out of these two? Get your votes in. Odaktan, Chaitan. Odakte, Chaitan. I think both could be pretty good. Buxton is always also fun, but at least by the ring of it, it doesn't call any. It doesn't like. You need to know that Buxton is a dead, abandoned town to know where this word comes from. So we know it, and it sounds cool to us. But for someone that's just reading the title, having a Native American word which looks Native American gives you a little bit of history without even saying anything, if that makes any sense. I think for me, I kind of like Otakte better. It sounds like a bit more mysterious. Now we need to fit this better. How do you feel about that? We obviously need to fit this better. You get what I mean? Pretty darn swell. Yeah, too. Okay, should we go for full... just like recreate that font? And we always do this for the title, not for the rest, because then I'll die. But for the title, if we're sure on this wording, we could just like lock it down and try to find the exact letters from titles in this article, in this newspaper, and recreate that font. That way we don't have to do any blending, just like mix and match letters like you're cutting from the newspapers and asking for a ransom. How about that? Guess we'd need something that fits better here. It's like dreaded. What other words could we use? The feared. Or just remove dreaded from here, might fit the title better. Put some quotes on it. Hellkite. Captured on camera. Or in camera. Captured on camera, looks like. Just did a quick Google search to see what was the right expression. Just so I didn't mess up. What else? Let's fill this up. Capture for camera, on camera. The first time. No. Camera exclusive. Fits perfect. Exclusive info. But I guess you'd need to put that in the first, like exclusive ... something like this. Then breaks the whole thing. Well, doesn't break it that much. A little bit more spaces in there. Mess with this, just like separation in the letters. Not that much. Well, we will need to do it with the real letters anyway. It's kind of a base. Does that work as a title? Exclusive, the OK Hellkite. Odacte, however you say that. Or breaking is another. I'd like to have like a version of both, just like full pages. If I can find some inspiration in there. I love this riveting. Cook re-elected to field board. Ominous. Front page. This lady died. So it doesn't really fit the wording of this era's like journalism. Maybe like more modern stuff. Oh, I guess we have this too. So if we put that at 0. Okay, the flying creature, Orkel Hellkite. This fits pretty well in the space we got. So, it's now all about picking those letters. Picking and choosing. Make this larger again. It's a smart object, so I can just play with it, make it larger and smaller without a problem. Just taking a capital T from there. I have to just make it a tad bit thinner, since it's not the exact same font, but it should be fine. Let's get an H from somewhere. Bishop here. It's not the same font though. Bones, this H here. That looks right. It's a bit tedious, so I'm sorry, but gotta do what you gotta do to get those letters looking realistic. Okay, that fits well. Hell yeah. Once we get a few more letters, it'll be faster, because then we'll, like, the E's and the A's already got covered, you know? Got an F here. Also get this E. Should be a bit better. Let's get the E too. Oh, hold on. And the A, we'll probably need it. The K we'll definitely need. thick. Okay. Just separating each into their own layers. Taking from this original title that is just what it's supposed to be here, it's going to be the best because it's exactly the same paper and the same lighting and everything, so I don't need to do anything. Let's see. Let's get ease all around. Starting to get filled up. Snow is so pink. Whose? Okay, let's get all the A's now. My tongue. Might be there's apart from the lighting I have, there's like a few filters for color correction on the camera. That might be it. I need to put in better lighting for streams, but I'm always lazy to do it. Captured on camera. There we go. Wrong A. There. Did mess it up? I guess so. Okay, we got all the, or at least a few of the letters. If we are missing any letters, we can kind of recreate it if it's not a really weird one. That usually works out. Okay. Back to here. See if we can find an L, Y, all those. L, perfect. Okay, it's got an L, an I, an O. Let's get an O. What else do we need? We got the L's for the this. A T, perfect. Need a P, an N, we already got an M. Okay. Let's put these letters somewhere. T. There are some letters in this font that look exactly the same. There are some that look so different. I guess it's good we did that. See if there's any more T's down there. Oh. A double here. Perfect. Not combining these layers, because, you know, I might move them around. There's some that I'm gonna have to edit individually like this, where I need to darken the background. Here, the other way around. Let's get another T there. Oh, you know, I got a little chunk there with a T. Could be fixed later, but I remember to do it now, it's better. Okay. Good. So how's your guys' day been? Or week? Or don't know how long it is since I've last streamed. 2 L's here, and 1 there. I'm gonna have to move these, but... Well, mainly a lot of studying, which is boring, but not much more to do. Cases here are really high, and I guess high as they've ever been. So they can't, for some reason, the government doesn't want to give our region the possibility of a full lockdown, like that happened a few months ago. So they're doing all they can, but they can't really do lockdown. So they're basically trusting people to stay home, which is not a great idea. But yeah, if doctors don't do the right thing, who's gonna? So staying home. Yeah, we got a good eye there, but let's see if we can find any here. Yes, perfect. Oh, I already had an eye. God. I'm stupid. Let's ignore. Just one eye though, not two. You know, I think people got confident here because the first wave, our region really did well. So it was like the best one in Spain. So I think they got a bit too cocky, and the second round didn't go so well. That looks about right. Just a few more letters. Getting to the rare ones. We need a few R's. We need a U. Y's. No U's here. The Masons. For some reason they always appear when I try to take an old newspaper like this. It's always stuff about the Freemasons. Not fake news. Those are rare. Can't escape the Masons. It's all related to them. It's gotta be some sort of conspiracy. There they are. What did I need? An R. Sure. There's no R's in the original one here. Not the right one. Got the R here in voters. Grips, yes, there is an R. Perfect. If I can get it from here, all the better. They control the cryptids. They're just throwing cryptids around to distract us while they I don't know, control the world, or what is the conspiracy with them? I once heard that the Masons is basically the Boy Scouts, but for old rich men. And that thought has stayed with me forever since. I guess if we want to do like titles, that's a lot of layers, isn't it? We'll fix them up later. So I don't think if I do all capital letters, I don't think it'll change much. Since I also need the ones going to change. I need to group all these up too. There. Just an O and a C, because O, O, C, C, C. No problem. bit more article sounding. And luckily it doesn't really change anything. Just gotta get some of these layers fixed up. Just put this on auto select and we're good. No, doesn't let me do that. Why? Just want this one, please. Perfect. Whatever, I'll do it manually. Perfect. This U, there's only two. Okay, now on to the slightly rare letters, which hopefully we can find all of them. Just hope for the best. We need, again, capital O and C, capital H and K, Y, G. There. I guess I don't need the capital O, at least for here, because this shouldn't be capitalized now that I realized. Sorry. Strange journalism writing rules. Oh, I threw away my O. I'll find it again. Capital C. Perfect. It was literally the first letter on there, but whatever. Pretty good. Just a few letters more. Let's get a P, which is also a D, coincidentally. Just have to turn it around. You guys been playing any good games lately? So I'm looking for something to play. And I guess Cyberpunk is right around the corner. I'm gonna wait to see what people say about it before I buy it. That's usually my go-to strategy. Let's get a quotation marks too before I forget. A lot of Hades. I've heard everyone talking about that game. I know it's Supergiant, the guys that made Bastion, right? I don't know if that's the correct name of the company. But yeah, I've heard so many people talk about it, but I haven't really checked it out. So you'd recommend it then? No M's here, darn it. Oh. Literally, an O. Perfect. This. Supergiant, okay. Oh yeah, there's that new Breath of the Wild prequel, right? Are you enjoying it so far? M's. Perfect. Still missing that Y. If I can find one. The Y is not an easy letter to fake. Oh, there's like the D and the key I just did. No problem, but Y's are a little bit more difficult. There's always the option of just getting another, and that might be actually a good thing to do. Okay. This feels like a ransom note. Okay, whoa, that's a lot of tabs open. Gotta close quite a few. Okay. There we go. Just find another Redwood Gazette. Never played the Hyrule Warriors. It doesn't like seem like my type of gameplay really, but I'd like to see the story of the prequel. That sounds fun. It's apparently canon. It's like official, right? Oh, you found a Y. Well, we'll get a... We got a big wide here, which will be useful. Yeah, also there's might have been another font, because they use a ton of fonts here. It's really confusing, actually. We also have a capital H. Perfect. We got a Y. What else did I need? Capital, oh my god, a G. A capital K, which that one will be hard. But let's get this one for now. It's downloaded in PDF here. It's all free, by the way. This page is fantastic. Boom. That seems about the right size. Should have done this from the beginning. I'd have found some letters faster, but it's fine. To cut it close here. There we go. Yeah, the gameplay looks fun. Or more fun than the Hyrule Warriors, at least. Oh. Messed up there. Let's place the ones we got so far. Go. Another Y. Oh, the small O, we had it somewhere. I'll find it in a minute. Again, I'm always forget I'm on auto select. I should remove that. Somehow the charger fund received a lot of money from only one family. That's why all the family members are buried there. 50,000 bucks to that church, like middle of nowhere. It's probably like a rich family. Let's say Mormons, because that sounds fun. That... Well, I guess no, Mormons have their own thing. They wouldn't go to a Baptist or whatever church. But that maybe have been married there for generations or something, and they paid huge donations. Snack their bills. That's why it's there. It's not trying to hunt people. Just a gold digger. Grave robber. It's all. I love how you did all that research. That's fantastic. What's the other one? So, okay. Lowercase g, lowercase o, capital H, capital K. So, if I recall correctly, we found a capital H in the new one. Somewhere. Hit here. Beautiful. Just what we need. Make it a bit bigger so we don't get like tiny H. Get a new layer. Beautiful. Seems like it's actually the right size pretty much. Slightly bigger. Well, this guy already looks like a mac chicken. Uncooked though. A G, perfect, perfect, perfect. We only like missing one letter, I think. Let me see. I'm missing like a capital K, which is gonna be hard to find. Oh, and the O that I deleted because I'm dumb. That we'll find in no time. Just get me this O. What do you think a Hellkite would taste like? Probably like chicken. Like I cannot see tasting any other way than chicken. Giant skin chicken. Or duck? Yeah, duck. Maybe. Or I guess it has like cuttlefish characteristics, so could maybe taste like cuttlefish. I've never tasted cuttlefish, but tasted octopus a million times, so I can imagine it tastes similar. I don't think this is the kind of guy that would chase you down necessarily. It's probably more about just like waiting in the woods and you go next to it and you don't even notice it's there and bam, you're dead. We're just missing a K. Why the K? It's not a letter I can just make up, because usually I can make up any missing letters with like bits of other letters. In this case, okay, find me a K. Lucky K. Oh, they do have some hot off wire like cheeky article names. Station Bandit. I love some of this. Anything but the K. Literally, like, it's one of the worst letters. I've done this letter matching game a million times. And the ones you don't want to be missing is the W, the X, the Y, and the K. I think those are the main, like, hard ones. Because they're also like pretty hard to find. Especially capital. In Spanish it's even worse, there's pretty much no words with W. It's also really like hard that you would need one. Yeah, jump over here. Let's go like read the large titles. Killed, yes! We got it! Sorry, I'm so happy. And it's the word killed. I shouldn't be so happy about that. But you guys, we found the K. Beautiful. Sorry, 2 people were killed. Oh my god. We're done. We're done with this terrible hunt. Poggers in chat. Saved me a minute of searching. There we go. That is our ransom note. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. I was on the other tab. I've just placed the K. Nothing more. Okay, there we go. Finally. God damn. Now we can put all of this and multiply maybe. Remove the letters below it. That's already helping. And darken rather than multiply. Yes. Beautiful. Okay, so that more or less takes care of most letters, especially the ones that just have a pure white background. Come on, did you ever think the UCR was anything but a shady group? Let's get our ruler out. Fix up any letter that's above or below. Let's just put ourselves in auto select. Hey guys, welcome to this Photoshop tutorial. Today we're going to be learning how to do a digital ransom note. Never get hostages, but you don't have any paper lying around. Well, don't worry. Now with Photoshop, you can replicate the same effect. That's pretty foggers. Ever been in this situation? You get like a black and white clip of a a guy in a how you call those like bank robber masks. They're kind of like cover your whole face. It's like you can't find a pen or anything. Beautiful. Now there's some letters that are a bit more, since they were bigger in the original. Need to blur them. That's the O here. Ransom. Ski mask, yes, thank you. Yeah, I bet they would be pretty impressed in the 50s with Photoshop. Just fixing up a couple things. Just the ones that have like a darker background. Just lightening it quickly. Getting this over with. With a few shortcuts, it's pretty easy. Some here too. Guess I can just click them. And now there's no real blending to do. We're like pretty much covered. It's like except for a few letters that maybe were like slightly different quality but were bigger or just clearer, like more focused or whatever. It'll pretty much looks the same, so yeah, we're good. All right. Next up, we need to do like the little text here. In this case, I'm not gonna do this anymore. This was only for the big letters, so they look good. The other ones, we can get away with more. So, we need to more or less copy this. Font here. Let's try. See if we can. This one might be good, actually. Airplane damaged. As I did before, I basically just write the same thing, try to match it, and if it matches well, then I just apply that. I guess this is bold, so I'll just make it normal. Regular. Yep, that's gonna fit. Beautiful. Please, let me move it. What the hell? I removed auto select, but I guess I didn't. Okay, that's basically it. This I put on 0. Perfect. Like, that is a match. That is like an impressive match. Looks like the exact... Look at that R. Come on. Beautiful. See, when this happens, you like don't have to work that much. So great. Okay. Subtitle for this picture. Airplane damage doesn't fit that well, does it? Yeah, I love it when you like, and it. I didn't even mean to. It was just literally the font I had already, but. Okay. Over the spire, is that spire like this? I think. Yeah, looks good. Okay. Yeah, so basically, to match the style here, I need to do two things. Well, first, I'm gonna rasterize this into a smart object that I can edit. Then I'm gonna do a Gaussian blur. Just a little bit. That's good. And double click on the layer to bring up the layer style here, in which I'm going to try to do an outer glow. Just take black, put an outer glow, maybe overlay or normal. Increase that a little. Make it just ever so slightly noisy. Let's see how that compares. That looks pretty good, if I say so myself. Next up, I'm just going to continue using this font since it's proven itself to be the winning one. And I guess it's the same here. So, I'm going to create a new text layer. I'm going to select. There we go. Perfect. Oh no, now I have to reactivate layers. I'm dumb. Oh. This messed up something. No, it didn't. We're good. Okay. The size of this font, which is pretty tiny. Now we're gonna write the article and please spell check me if you see I do say something dumb. But this is like not the important part. This is like a little text on the side, so maybe some people be, oh, I'm gonna read that, but I'm gonna try to do no. Is there any possibility of here? There. Beautiful. I could just leave some lorem ipsum, whatever. However you call that. Come on. Okay, we have more or less fixed it. Oh, you know what we can do? We can just leave later just very, very low opacity text on the back so that it looks like it's a text on the other side of the page. We will do that. I'll actually just make a quick layer mask here. Just softly show it. Just so enough so we can see that there's text behind. I don't care that it's backwards. It's fine, it's just a touch. People. You think people will notice? Okay. God, it is not registering my key presses, and it's annoying me a lot. But you know what I'll do? Hang on. Get a copy of the base layer. Just put it on top. Just get this, because I like to have like a writing guide so I can see the style of writing they use, because that usually helps me center it a little. See, it's like pretty verbose, and usually if you go to different newspapers or different eras, a little bit different. Sometimes it'll be like really dry and serious, sometimes it'll be like quite flowery. And I like to do things like that feel like the time at that time period. So I try to imitate the language and stuff. It might be something that people don't really notice, but still I like it. Yeah, that's true. The picture kind of takes precedent here, but if they want to read a little bit more, that could be like nice. I'd have to do the subtitle too. Yeah, it's like really flowery. Love this. Saint Paul's, I think it is. Where is it? Yeah. Yeah. Saint Paul's Lutheran Church. Got it. Grundy country, was it? Grundy. Grundy. Was hit by a terrible curse. So found footage style retelling of Uzumaki. Oh, that would be fun. That would be great. Not going back on the 10 scary pictures of the Hellkite. That'll blow your mind. I'm too bad at doing this. That voice. Number 1. The sighting at the Church of Grundy County. The small Lutheran Church of St. Paul. I'll stop. I tell ya. Said local. Said, how do you call like people who go to this church, like this parishioners or something like that? Chase stations go to Grundy County. Clergy. No, let me go Google. Parishioner.
Parishioner.
Thank you, Google. Retelling the whole story of Grundy. Maybe I'll make it a little bit bigger, even though it's not maybe as realistic, just so people can read it, and so I don't have to write that much. Parishioner. Let me put myself in the 1930s. What's a good name? Okay, Roberts. Everyone had depression. Literally, that's true. Robert Johnson is too. I'm just looking at the ranking of most popular. I mean, Smith is very... Miller is nice. Just like the most common name in the world. Drop me your name recommendations in chat, because I'll put a couple like testimonies. I need a name for the reverend or the clergyman, and maybe like another person. Just need to fill up words, you know? Around the church, after service. If it's like 3 spaces. 1, 2, 3, yes. '20th century English name generator. I love it. Wickerson. Nice. I like it. Damon Pennington. That sounds like a D&D version of, I guess, a name generator, like many things in D&D. It's not the first time stories like this one have startled people in the area. Even if as far back as Eugene Blackwell. Ooh, nice. I love that one. No, let's not mention like any specific time. Capital A. No, Otaktai. Just there. I don't know about that one. It's all Heinrich Fistists. A winged demon, devil that preys on lures children away to the woods. That sounds nice, right? And that kind of fits its pattern of just like opportunistic, like setting traps, luring people away. Doesn't register my keystrokes. It's very annoying. Hang on. There. Okay, let me pick a good name for the clergyman. Okay, how do you call a Lutheran priest? Is it reverend? Pastor. Okay, in some Lutheran churches, such as in Finland, ordained presbyters are called priests, while in others, the term reverend or pastor are used interchangeably for ordained members of the clergy. Okay, then either reverend or pastor. Pastor sounds more common, right? Saint Paul's pastor, Eugene Blackwell. or would you say Pastor Blackwell? in this. I'm making this up as I go along, by the way, if you guys aren't noticing. Yeah. Like, basically gonna have the pastor justify this as a kind of divine test. You basically have to ignore it, or don't be scared, or don't be tempted. That could be a good. Peter File? No, that's not a great name. Full name, first time used, shortened after that. Good to know. Thank you. Some words to speak about these stories in this Sunday's survey service. God tests us in many ways. Hang on, I want to mention that after the Native American stories, that the popular name now is Hellkite. The name people are, the name seems to be prevailing. Regardless, I wish Photoshop had some kind of spell check, because what I do is literally open a Word document, copy paste it there, and see if the spell check there gives me anything. Because I'm always like super anxious about making errors and like that. Hey Helldog, how you doing, mate? How's your life been? Look, we're doing cryptids today, and this is the Hellkite, which is a cryptid we created collectively in our Discord server, link down below. Yeah, we created it among everyone. We did people submitted designs, we did votes. It was very fun. It's basically like a pterodactyl kind of creature that it doesn't have feathers, so it doesn't fly very well, but his whole skin is able to do camouflage like a cuttlefish, and it can change its color, texture, and blend in or do like confusing patterns to scare away people. And that's the case here. We can see that it's doing like big eyes. And yeah, we're trying to do not something like my usual kind of stuff, where it is I'm trying to do a close-up and all kinds of pictures. In this case, I'm trying to make it look like real cryptid pictures. Like those super blurry things that you can say, oh, that looks fake. that kind of stuff. Has to be like doubtful enough. So now we are doing, well, we did the picture. You can see that we can't really see that well here, but on the close-up, you pump the contrast up and now you can see it. And we're doing a little article to go with it. So let's read what we have so far. This, well, the flying creature, Oracle Hellkite, captured on camera. The small Lutheran church of St. Paul in Groundy Country, Iowa, was hit by a terrible curse. Locals have been reporting sightings of a creature lurking about the area. "It's a demon, I tell ya," said parishioner Robert Miller. "I saw it gliding in silence around the church after service, like a huge kite." This is not the first time stories like this one have started people in the area. Native American stories talk about the Odlacte, a winged devil that preys on livestock and lures children away to the woods. Regardless, the name that seems to be prevailing is Hellkite, after its way of gliding through the air. St. Paul's pastor Eugene Blackwell had some words to speak about these stories in this Sunday service, and that's what we're writing. That's a lot of names, St. Paul. Doris, I really like that. Been editing more ordinary winged creatures. Well, now you can participate in this. Everyone's making evidence like this. I'm doing the evidence that, like the first big one that gives it its name. But all kinds of people are submitting pictures, texts. It's very fun. Yeah, I'll make this a bit more. Oh, instead of Native American here, I could put like a specific people, like the I don't know if the word was Sioux or don't know how to pronounce it. I'm very sorry. Sorry about this. Somebody mentioned it in chat, but that might be hard to find because it's been a while ago. There's been a lot of chatting. Okay, it should be around here. As Chaitan, that is the Sioux word for hawk. Okay, Sioux. How do you pronounce that tribe name? Sorry. Anyway, Sioux. Like that. It's probably like Sioux or something like that. EX. It's kind of weird to pronounce. That sounds like something a pastor would say, right? Pretty sure it's just Sue. Okay, Sue. I guess, yeah, it's how you pronounce it in French. Or like close to it at least. Tales, that sounds better, thank you. Because I already say stories around, oh, no, that's stories here. I don't like repeating words. I mean, this is like a pretty minor thing. We don't... Like, we just need like a tiny bit of paragraph here to begin it and never end it. Farmers have herding missing livestock. Just pull this up so we can see livestock. Yeah, livestock. Farmers in the vicinity for there we go. Missing in life. Yeah, thank you. Okay. So I had written instead of livestock, lovestock. No, lovestock. Lovestock would have been very good. The best typo. Okay, just a little subtitle there. Kind of like this one. Just all caps. And bold. Oh, lore. It's just... Why so large? Come on. Let's just repeat something from there. Did I put my love sock? Oh no. Oh, very good. Local 3 return of Indian legend. Is Indian to refer to Native Americans like an offensive thing in English, or like nowadays? I know that it was said in the past and it fits in this article. Oh, all caps. Oh. There. Of old Indian legend. Let's put old there too. You can put a little more there. Let's get a little bit more spacing in our words. Let's get that down 1 point. And and get this. There we go. No, I mean, I don't mind, like, if it's a word that is offensive today, and I don't know if it is, but it fits in that they would have said in the time period, I don't mind that much. Just curious about it. Back in the day, it wasn't. Yeah, I think that is our faults, and with our, I mean my ancestors, who went to America and they thought they were in India, the dumbasses, and they just said, oh look, those are Indians, because we are in India. Yeah, let's just put Sue in. It sounds cooler too. Round. Well, let's put the area, because this is a Missouri newspaper talking about it. So instead of locals, let's say Grundy. The backspace is not working, and it's making me, like, I have to click it to tap it twice to get it to work for some reason. Count T. That feels already a bit more, like, fills up a bit more airspace. Also, we have to make this bold. Oh, it is already bold. We can make it double bold. With... Hang on. There is an option to make there. Legend isn't too positive a term. Double bold. I mean, there is this in Photoshop, this option to make like a fake bold. It'll just like expand the letters. Usually it doesn't look too good, especially if you're trying to do something professional, but for this, it's fine with just little small text. I think legend works fine here. I mean, the connotation of legend as a positive thing exists, but I don't think it... Like here, I don't get that connotation. Okay, so I'll make a copy of the text because I don't want to lose it. I'll make it into a smart object, and I will apply the same things this one has. Right, so a little bit of blurring and some outer glow, which I'm gonna reduce because too strong there. There we go. That feels... yeah, that looks pretty good. Yeah, sure, maybe this part... oh, yeah, I guess that's... we are reduce this just a touch, so I can read it better. Yeah, just slightly more outer glow. Okay, now it looks good. It looks pretty thin compared to the original. I don't think that's a huge problem. We do have this here to compare it to, but maybe if we want to make it a bit bigger, like this part, we can just like copy the same layer, move it a pixel to the right, and then I just hit it with a layer mask. I just apply it. Okay, pretty good. Do a little. How do you feel about this? Added 50s obituaries from Gandhi when they were. Really? That is grim. The exact way they had a heart attack. I mean, I guess during the 1930s, the Great Depression, maybe they liked the dark humor back then. Okay, I love this newspaper clipping. I think it looks even better than the one I did for the grounded bug. Let's compare, shall we? Let's compare me against myself and see who wins. These are the two I did. I feel like I didn't quite get the exact well, no, it's pretty good. I don't know, it feels like it's not that well. This also, it's supposed to look like a picture and not like a scan. As you can see, it kinda, the whole thing is like a bit bent. I did that on purpose. Give it a little bit more. But this is supposed to look like a scan. So that is easier to fit. When it looks like a scan, it's pure black and white. Chicken Boy has come to life. Oh, from the 50s. Sorry, I was thinking about this time period. Okay, about this picture, I want you guys' opinions, if you have any. Like, this is the base picture I took this from, right? And we can see it's pretty dim here. If you up the contrast, of course, it's visible. But how do you feel about this? Do you feel it is not really visible, too visible? Because we are not doing any of my typical bug pictures. We're trying to do like a real-life cryptid sighting. So it has to look like other cryptid sightings, like just blurry as hell, or barely visible, or like a guy in a suit. It has to be that a reasonable person could say, oh, that's just a kite, just a kid flying a kite. Let's go to our, where is it, group 2 here. We need to name these things. A lens spot. Yeah, basically. I can blur this a little. Doesn't change much. It's already pretty blurry as it is. Like, I'm torn between leaving it like super blended in with the sky and just making like this, the silhouette, a bit more visible against the sky. So you can at least see it from this size without having to zoom in or anything. It's visible, but you should speed up the picture a little bit. Okay, I like that. Then we're blending it. Sync mostly blended in. Circle the area. I did a circle the area thing, and I did it as a joke, but then I realized maybe that's pretty good. Maybe it's actually not that bad. I would need to match the color here. By the way, did you guys notice my signature? I'll turn around. Aha! But you guys didn't notice. Just changing it to this slightly darker white. Not that much. There we go. A light leak. Yeah, a light leak would be good. Go for this side, I think. Scratches, that's good. Punch the picture into submission. Just print it out and beat it up. And then scan it again. A splash of coffee. We're gonna just layer beatings upon beatings on top of the picture until you can't see anything. It's just like scratches and... Okay, it's a few... I'll just jump into my resources thing, because I think I have some grain, like film grain textures. Like this one. So it's not pretty good to make like dust and scratches. Got this. These are just the inverted versions, I think. Got this one. This is like some beat up film. Kind of like this more neutral one. This one with a little... This one, okay. Hint of blood. Okay, so I'll put this below. Actually above, since scratches will also scratch the edges, of course. So we put this on screen. Okay, already liking this look. Although I think I'm gonna just generally darken it a little bit, so it doesn't brighten the darks that much, but we get those nice little scratches all around. Rip it in half. Oh my god, you guys are being brutal to this picture. So we don't have this tower side. I like it, but I kind of like this edge around the picture. Black and white. Well, yes, I wanted to look for a picture, a reference picture. Like black and white. Yeah, just some bright light. Just taking a reference, I'm gonna copy it in. Rip it and tape it back together. Okay, just a reference I found on Google Images of a light leak. This is kind of what we want to go for. I'm not gonna just take it from him because that's the guy with copyright and wouldn't be fair. But we can paint that. Or we can find a free light leak if we look closely. Like maybe here. Nah, not really. Oh. There's some here. Thank you, Wikimedia. Coming to the rescue. Check the... I have to give attribution. And this one is just pretty much a gradient. So I'll just do a gradient and see how that looks. Let's go below the... just above the noise layer. I think, would that be above the noise? No, below. Get some gradients. Get some wide. Just do something like that. I'm gonna... don't worry about the edges. Oh, so sorry. Just doing... I would just did a gradient, basically. Don't worry about the edges. I'll cover them up later. 1938. I picked it because this is the actual time this picture was taken. So the church would be the same. It was also around the time that the picture of Nessie, the surgeon's picture I showed before, that I'm using as an inspiration for this, around the same time it was taken. So just picking the similar times, so it's reasonable that photography would be like that. Yeah, let's get a reference. Where is it? There's also some black there. Oh sure, they had good cameras. For sure, look at the original here. High quality as hell. I blurred it myself, but also mirrored it, as you can see. Not really a concern if you blur it. Which format is that film? Yeah. This is a high quality scan of film, that's why it's so, like, relatively high quality. But then I reduced it, so. Gonna do like something like this too, maybe? Don't know where I would put that though. Let's do... Yeah, this one could be good. Viewing photos from then. You know what I recommend? You should check a site. I'm gonna send you a link. If you anytime you want historical or old pictures, get them on Pickcrawl here. It's a really good site because it has like the collections from the Library of Congress, like so many big libraries with tons of material. It's all free to use, and you can filter by year, and that's a great thing there. The only thing that bothers about that site is that it asks for, if you want to download the high quality full picture, it asks for money, and it's stupid because it's like free collections. So you can just click on the link below each picture, and it'll just tell Library of Congress. You look for the title of the picture, and it's there, and you can download the full thing. It is what I use, basically. Oh, hang on. Don't worry about this. I'll just... Hey, that's pretty good. That's way better than I was doing. I basically just did a gradient like this. And that is too harsh. It's too low opacity one. Like this. And then... Oh, sure. Someone scanned this film with an expensive scan system. The US government did it. It wasn't like a passion project. Like, they just do this with all their pictures, which I'm not gonna complain about. It's fantastic, and I get to use high quality pictures. And if you actually look at the original of this, or is it? It's actually a vertical picture, so it was so high quality I was able to just cut a horizontal chunk, and it's still super high quality. Like, fantastic. And Arthur Rothstein is the photographer if you wanna check him out. Well, that's a very nice picture. There you go. He was a famous guy. He provoked, entertained, and informed the American people. Love it. Found a photo of Eddie, prize-winning Angus bull from Grundy. That's great. Who took Eddie? Oh, is it the guy that took this picture? You're kidding me. Okay, yeah, I know him there, definitely then. So we're basically appropriating pictures from a famous photographer. Now I feel bad. Zoom into the gravestone names. Sure, do you want to find the graves? Not letting me zoom in more, but hold on. I'll just copy this, put it on top, and we'll scour it manually. Oh, I need to flip it. Nullicuperus. Koi man. Weird name. Jan de Jong. Germans. Born in Simmonswald. Sorry for butchering it. Owner's name of Eddie was Liz Moody. Great. Do you have the picture link? Yeah, sure. Hang on a sec. Where's it? Rups. These are all really strange names. Abbas. Cuperus. De Jong. Like, it feels like fake names. Is it only me? It doesn't sound like American names. And there's Germans, so it's maybe like a lot of immigrants here. Props to the people who scanned this, where you can zoom into this gravestone and pretty much just straight up read it. Chan Rups. Yeah, these people are not like, don't have English names. They have like European names, but yeah, we have some Germans, so surely it is. Hang on, blur it again. Surely it must have been like an area with high immigration, maybe like for people working in the fields and stuff. I don't know. Oh, let's see, Eddie. Oh, I love it. Eddie. Oh, here. Okay, so it must have been an area with high German immigration. That's cool. Oh, the whole like film stock thing, I should remove from the edges too. Is in the north of Germany. Okay, so it must have been one of these towns where, or areas where a lot of people from the same place just immigrate. Interesting. How about this light leak? How do you feel about it? I remember where I put it though. It's group 4. Sam Werner, yeah. Damn, we're like here finding the history of this town. This is cool. I can move these around within the same area. Like increase it or remove it. All that good stuff. I'm learning so much about Grundy, for sure. I feel like I've lived in Grundy for my whole life. I don't know if I like the black part of the light leak. We're gonna... Hey, we know about all about yourself. Oh my god, you're the descendant of Sam Werner. I know all about your family. Can you imagine? It freaks some people out, I'm sure. Just like group road trips to Grundy. Skinkage chicken. Okay, light leak. Should I leave it or remove it? How do you feel about it? Not an expert on light leaks, so feel free to criticize me. Like, I don't even really know how they happen exactly. Is it because there's a defect on the film casing or something and some light enters? Or in the camera itself? Let's keep damaging this. See if I can quickly find like scratches. Okay, let me try to get... There we go. Some dirt here. Camera casing, okay. Whoa. Why did it do that? Okay. So, we should be able to just darken this until there's very little black gray left. Brighten those spots, hopefully. Pretty good. Then just screen. Here's some dust. It's pretty nice. Is that, you guys have shot on film, right? Hey, does that feel realistic to you guys as a light leak? I'll just open it up. But I'm gonna thicken it a little. So I just copy it and move it a few pixels. Also the camera back door, connection between casing and lens. In any case, do you feel like this one works? What was I gonna do? Oh, motion blur. Okay, cool. What did I do? Wrong layer. You got here late? No, don't worry. Still making stuff. As you can see, we are like blasting this picture to shreds, so it looks a bit older and damaged. Here we can see our beautiful chicken boy, and here we can see the zoomed in, super blasted with contrast version that is meant to. It's meant to look like the typical Nessie picture, the surgeon's. Hold on. Not this one, it's just a cute cow. It's meant to look like this one, the surgeon's picture. So that's the style I went for. And then I did a newspaper. And the thing that took the longest, definitely, was these letters, because I made them one by picking out specific letters out of the out of the newspaper, because I didn't find a font that matched. So we just did that for a while and wrote a little bit here. But yeah, it's gonna be like the two pictures, so the full picture, the zoomed in picture, and the newspaper. To do like a micro story in the same way I usually do my bug ones, but with this. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Here's a few things that, just looking back on this, I would like to just slightly move around. I'd like to maybe reduce the space between some of these letters. So that doesn't go that far to the right. So I'll just close them together. Give that one a bit of a tug. Alright, Helldog, have a good night. Date with some wildlife tomorrow. Cool. Hopefully something good comes out of it. Have a good night, mate. What was I going to do? I was thinking, was there some way that I could... I just forget, there is a way to do like a little square and it'll just select any layers that are in that area. I'll just do it manually. I wanted to maybe close the lines together a little. I'll just select letter by letter since they're not very in order. Damn it. You know what I'll do? I'll keep the full letters in case I need to do like any minute changes, but I'll just group them up. Because at this point we're already done with the letters, so. The idea is to just take... There we go. Close them up together a little. Oh, a little bit of an artifact here. We're mixing up the two. Yeah. There we go. You know, the weird things. Weird happenings. I think not. Okay, I'm gonna take all the text I wrote, like the clean text, not this one, which is already like the same texture as the background because I took it from it. But the ones I wrote, which are this one, sit twice here. And I guess this one is good enough already. So I'm just gonna group this up. I'm gonna make some grain, which I just have saved in an action because I do it a lot. And oh god. Just messed everything up, I guess. For some reason. If I do it individually, it doesn't mind that much. Well, can do a lot though. Yeah, I hate when that happens. We'll just do it this way. Doesn't do much, but it adds some noise to the text, which hopefully just blends it together a bit better. That was what I was trying to do, at least. I think apart from that, this like looks pretty done to me. I would do what I usually do at the end. Just remove that. Okay, so at the end I usually do Control Alt Shift E. Paste it all in one layer. And we just have one layer with the whole thing on it. And I make it into a smart object, and I do a camera raw filter, which lets me just fiddle with things quite a lot. I guess we could add some color here if we wanted to make this like black and white scan into a color thing, which I'm not sure about. You guys prefer it in with some like old color like this, or just leave it black and white like scans of this type are usually? Gonna up the contrast slightly. And just give a little bit of grain to the whole thing, which won't do much, but because it's already pretty grainy, let's be honest. The picture itself, it's super grainy by itself, but yeah, maybe just a little bit. Maybe we can do a little vignette, excluding the highlights, so this part gets excluded. So this area here is just a little bit darker and noticeable. Okay. Still like this, just so we see where we're heading. Okay. A little bit of vignette always is a nice touch, in my opinion. Well, not always, but it usually is. This also looks pretty done to me. Don't know if I would add like anything else, anything big. And thus we would have 3 pictures, which just rounds, like just can make a short story by itself. I'll have it on Twitter to hopefully publicize a little bit the hashtag so people can post there a little bit more. Yeah, we spent 4 hours on this already, gosh. Plus what I spent before stream. Okay, I'll tell you what, I'll go do a toilet break, be back in like 3 to 5 minutes. And we'll be doing some, not this, but some other like short horror things. If you've seen what I've been doing for the Eerie-vember hashtag, there's like just some scary prompts and you do stories around them. Well, we might do 1 or 2 of those, or whatever we have time for. Anyway, I'll be back in 5 minutes.